Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:31. If we'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I'd look for a motion to go into closed session for discussion and/or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under general laws of Rhode Island, RIGL 42-46-5, A1, A2, A4, A8, and A9.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're in exec. No, I'm not on. Oh, I'm on now. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate all the patience. Believe me, don't like to sit cooped up in rooms. So, return to open session. Looking for a vote to seal the minutes of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There were no votes taken in executive session. So the next up is recognitions. Mike, you don't have a copy of this, do you? No. Okay, so I'll share it with you. Okay. Okay, first one is Mrs. Cusino, recognition of Melissa O'Neill, District Teacher of the Year, Kindergarten Teacher at Oakland Beach. Yeah. Yes, sorry. I just
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman Testa, Superintendent Dan Brook, members of the school committee, and members of the community. Tonight we are so excited. Elementary school is a very unique time for our young students, and the very first time that you meet your kindergarten teacher, pretty much you have this picture in your head of what a kindergarten teacher is all about. And I look behind me and I look at Mrs. O'Neill, and she is the epitome of a kindergarten teacher. You walk into Melissa's class and the excitement and the love in her heart and in her voice are just contagious. So it is without reservation that our committee got together and decided to nominate her as our Teacher of the Year for Warwick Public Schools. I know Mr. Heatherton is here, her principal at Oakland Beach. He'd like to say a few words on her behalf as well. And then, in true Mrs. O'Neill fashion, she has prepared a few words for us as well.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, Ms. Danbrook, Oakland Beach teachers and staff in attendance tonight, and members of the Oakland Warwick community. I have the privilege tonight to introduce Ms. Melissa O'Neill, our kindergarten teacher at Oakland Beach Elementary School. Ms. O'Neill has been named Warwick Public Schools District Teacher of the Year. She was chosen based on her effective classroom practices, the positive feedback she has received from students and colleagues, and her willingness to extend her knowledge of best practices and curriculum to her colleagues district-wide. Melissa consistently finds inspiration in her own teaching and learning by embracing what seems to be the never-ending changes in education. She's been a teacher leader in many capacities throughout the years. To name a few, Melissa is on the district task force for Ready Math, a GEMSNet teacher leader, and chairperson of the Oakland Beach Green Team, who was recently awarded over $100,000 in grant money for outdoor learning space at our school. When you walk into Melissa's classroom, this is what you see, a true classroom family, where every member, including the student, plays a vital role in the learning and management of the classroom. Melissa designs her developmentally appropriate lessons to maximize student discourse, critical thinking, and are designed to opt for optimum participation and differentiated for all her students. Melissa extends her love of the school community through her active participation in our PTO, chairing many of our top events, including our annual Winter Wonderland with a Polar Express train ride and our family dance. In closing, Melissa is a true asset to Warwick Public Schools. I'd like to publicly congratulate her on this accomplishment and thank her for her exemplary service to our Oakland Beach school community. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Ms. Danbrook, Assistant Superintendent Mr. McCaffrey, Director of Elementary Education Mrs. Kuzno, school committee members, administration, my fabulous, amazing, supportive Mr. Heatherton, my principal, fellow educators, and the Warwick community. It is an incredible honor to represent the District of Warwick as Teacher of the Year. I am humbled and honored to have received so much encouragement and kind words from all of the Warwick community, social media posts, emails, and even a friendly, kind word in passing. I'm truly fortunate to have the opportunity to work alongside amazing, dedicated, supportive colleagues and administrators throughout my teaching years in Warwick. As educators, we overcome many struggles and celebrate the teachable moments. We create a school family that provides a safe and nurturing environment for all students to learn, to enable them to become lifelong learners. I am standing here today due to support of family, friends, teachers throughout my experiences with Warwick Public Schools. They believed in me and challenged me to be my best. At this time, I would like to share a fond memory of my first grade teacher, Mrs. Oliveri, at John Brown Francis School. I remember her gentle smile, encouragement, and kindness each and every day. I remember sitting at my desk and thinking, I want to be that teacher who makes a difference in the lives of children and instills a love of learning to become lifelong learners. Teaching is my forever passion. I want to instill my passion for teaching in all my students so they can become the next generation of teachers. I truly appreciate you selecting me to represent the District of Warwick Public Schools, and I will proudly represent Warwick with distinction. Thank you so much, and I wish you well.
So at this point, my only other comment besides while her family makes their way over here for some pictures, you may or may not be aware, but Oakland Beach School will be visiting us next year at the Gorton Administration Building, and Melissa's only comment was, yay, now we'll be downstairs from all of you.
We do have some more recognitions. Unfortunately, a couple of them couldn't make it here tonight, but these are pretty big deals. One student who couldn't make it is Solange Deleuze, who is the Rhode Island Foreign Language Association 2023 Student of the Year. That's a big deal. That's a very, very big deal. We also have 3 students who received the Lieutenant Governor's Leadership Award. 2, I believe, could not be here, right? Elizabeth Kavanaugh at Pilgrim High School. Teresa, who was the one from CTC? Oh, great. Okay, then I will turn it over to Ms. Calori and Mr. Kane. Thank you.
Good evening, Committee Chairperson. Thank you. So Abigail Squazzaro, Elizabeth Kavanaugh, and Cooper Payne all received the Lieutenant Governor's Award for leadership, not only within their classroom, within their social studies classes, amongst their student peers, and showed great civic responsibility. So it is my pleasure for Cooper Payne to come up and receive his certificate. Abigail Squazzaro. And Elizabeth Kavanaugh, who's not with us tonight, but deserves a round of applause. They make us very proud. Yeah. Parents, if you'd like to come up and take a picture, please do so. It's a proud moment. I'm shaming you. Come on down. Get in there.
I'll get in. I'll sit next to Dad.
In there, Coop.
Oh, Erin, get in there. Erin.
Hey, good evening, members of the school committee. I'd like to just bring up here some of the Skills USA medalists this year. We had 38 medals, all in total with 18 golds. It was a phenomenal year at the Career Center. Being a Rhode Island Skills USA medalist is the ultimate recognition of excellence in career and technical education. This event brings together thousands of students, instructors, business partners, and administrators to celebrate the accomplishments of those preparing for careers in trade, technical, and skilled service occupations. It's an incredible opportunity for students to showcase their talents and skills on the state and national levels. Students gain valuable industry experience, learn about new technologies and advancements in the field, and develop their leadership abilities. This year, as I said, Career Center earned 38 medals, 18 of which are gold, and will be competing in Atlanta, Georgia, June 19th to the 23rd. We're here tonight to recognize these outstanding students. Come on up, guys. I'm going to call them up one by one. We'll line up here and we'll do a group photo. Okay, William Duran. We're going to start off with the gold medalist first. Congratulations. We have Sophia Pina, gold medal. We have Benjamin Curry, gold medal. Jasmine Boudreau, gold medal. Connor Jackson, gold medal. Egan DeFresno, gold medal. Alexa Deloy Cohn, gold medal. Kylie Lawson, gold medal. Seth Card, gold medal. Joshua Howard, gold medal. Isabella Riley, gold medal. Madison Stefan Base, gold medal. Bouvet. Ariana Costa, gold medal. Cooper Grosworth, gold medal. Jacob Pella, gold medal. James Poole, gold medal. Andrew Cahoon, gold medal. And Abigail Squizero, gold medal. For the silver medals, Connor Farrell. Cameron Wirtz, silver medal. Jacqueline Hager, gold medal. Silver medal, Sidney Villegas. Michael Costa. Zachary LaChapelle, otherwise known as Butter. Christopher Parento. Aiden Clark. Paige Poulin. Baxter Teets. Alyssa Ferns. Madison Valeri Phelan. Trevor DiPanini. Falso. Naomi Aber. Yep, and these are the bronze. Lydia Stalaboy. Oman Morales Hurtado. Daniel Lynn. Luciano Niolette. Kathleen Florpo. The only problem with these kids is they all work. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you very much. That's probably the most fun thing that I think we do. Next on the agenda is public comment. Public comment is 30 minutes, 2 minutes per person. If anyone would like to speak at public comment, please come up, identify yourself. Please do your best to adhere to the 2 minutes. It would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Green. I'm one of the district lead math interventionists. I teach at Holloman, and I've been teaching 26, almost 27 years. I'm here tonight to discuss the 3 math interventionist positions that were proposed to be cut. While I know that presently the math interventionist positions are safe for now, I am concerned that year after year, with the exception of the last 2 years due to ESSER funds, the math intervention positions are always the first to be cut. I am disappointed and disheartened that after 7 years of documented student growth and leadership, that these positions are still not valued. Just let me highlight some of the amazing achievements that are happening at Holloman. This year, by far, has had some of the most impressive student growth. At Holloman, we saw significant growth that was even noted by an iReady consultant at a recent visit this past week. Our most recent diagnostic testing shows that student progress increased from low growth, high performance to high growth, high performance. Not an easy task for students to do during the last trimester. It speaks volumes as to how much growth our students have demonstrated. Their potential for continued growth is on point for the next few years, as each grade individually has also performed at high-performing, high growth. In more concrete terms, in September, only 15 students in the entire school were considered mid or above grade level. Now we have 104 performing at mid or above grade level. In September, 39 students in the entire school were significantly below grade level. That's 2 to 3 years below. Now we have only 16. At the beginning of the year, I had a caseload of 37 students. And over the course of this year, it has been cut almost in half as these students were exited from intervention and no longer in need of my support. And this is just at Holloman. 7 years ago, Chairman Testa, you mentioned that these positions were a need and not a want. I can assure you that your statement is even more true today than it was 7 years ago. My role and that of my colleagues has changed dramatically from when I first started in this position. We not only support students in Tier 3 interventions, but we also support teachers with district initiatives, serve on MTSS leadership teams, on curriculum pacing committees, report card committees, provide iReady support, analyze data, and most of all, support teachers in utilizing best teaching practices. Chrissy Barrett, who's also here with me, my co-partner, is also a district lead math interventionist. Together, we have been modeling lessons in the classroom, and hopefully additional interventionists will be taking on this role next year. We both have seen tremendous growth in our classrooms that we support. However, if you cut these positions, or if we return to supporting 2 schools instead of 1, all of this cannot be feasible. When some districts have had interventionists for only a few years, and a couple with as many as 10 to 15 years of intervention support, and are placed in only 1 school, why are we even thinking about returning to a model to less than what it was 2 years ago? It makes no sense. In fact, Providence is even considering, or I believe hiring, math interventionists in addition to their math coaches. I fail to see why these were even thought of, but I sincerely ask you to closely examine the growth that is happening in all of our elementary schools. And as always, you know, my door is open if you have questions or concerns, but please value these positions. I see their value, the students see their value, and they're needed. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Darlene Netco. I am a lifelong resident of Warwick, a homeowner, taxpayer, voter. I've been teaching 35 years, 33 of which have been here in Warwick. I'm also president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I agree with, obviously, with what Nikki just said. We want every position that works with students to stay working with students. And the agenda item that I wanted to specifically comment on was the elementary school presentation that we're going to see, because if you look at that data, it shows just how meaningful even a couple months of intervention can be for our students in both English, reading, and math. And we need to continue having these positions, working with these kids to get them proficient, above proficient, and so on. When I was at the City Council budget hearings a couple weeks ago, some uninformed member of the community made a statement. I just wrote it down so I wouldn't forget the exact words. That students in Warwick are not receiving a quality education. And fortunately, I was able to speak after that person and to say, you know, I don't know where that person came about that opinion, but as someone who has been in this district for 33 years, I can tell you the children of Warwick are receiving a quality education, and they're receiving it because of the dedication of the teachers in the classroom. Whether those teachers be math interventionists or reading specialists or classroom teachers or social workers, psychologists, librarians, art teachers, guidance counselors, which, by the way, we should have again in elementary school. I don't want to leave anybody out, but every member of the Warwick Teachers Union supports student growth and learning, and every one of them is valuable. And your own documentation here, 2 months, March to May, 45 teachers, 12 elementary schools. Overwhelmingly positive comments from both students and parents. The students are showing growth. Lisa Schultz has presented on numerous occasions our iReady results that just keep getting better and better. And this shows that Warwick is valuing achievement and students are achieving. So I would hope that every position that we have had this year that has gone toward helping students achieve this growth remain. And I want to congratulate also our Teacher of the Year and all of the students who are honored here tonight. We have students who have received state level awards. 38 students received skills awards, 18 gold medals. I think that goes to show that Warwick is providing a quality education for our students. And I want to continue to do so. So I want to continue to see the staffing at the school and student level that we need. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else for public comment? Okay. Okay, next. Recommended actions. Looking for a motion for approval of minutes of public session from May 9, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of minutes of executive session, May 9th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of warrants from June 6, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of transfers, June 6, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Announcements, personnel is presented. Mrs. Ruggieri.
Oh, I think there it is. Good evening. Tonight I come before you. I have some retirements that will require a vote. So we bid farewell to Edward Allenson, a custodian at Hoxie Elementary. He was with us for 35 years. Mark Shakiris, tech ed teacher at Tollgate, was with Warwick for 21 and 2 with the state for a total of 23 years. Wendy Perry, an occupational therapist for the district. She has 29 years with Warwick, 5 in the state for a total of 34 years. Deb Kasparian, a nurse teacher at Pilgrim, 18 years. Margaret Burke, elementary teacher at Cedar Hill, 34 years. Meredith Andriozzi, elementary teacher at Hoxie, 33 years. Hugh Markey, secondary English at Pilgrim, 34 years in Warwick with 1 year in state for a total of 35 years. So that gives us our grand total of 212 years of experience that we are saying goodbye to. So we wish them well and thank them for the service.
Move approval.
Yep. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you. I have a few resignations as well that need a vote. Dan DeLuca, teacher assistant at Tollgate. Mary Manson, teacher at Robertson. I want to add she has 31 years of service, so we're going to add her to the list to get us to 243 years. And Pam Bernardi as the assistant principal at Pilgrim.
Motion to approve? We approve retirements, right? We have to vote on
Yes.
this? Yes.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, and now I'd like to make some courtesy announcements and welcome some new hires to the district. We have Joseph Young as a helper custodian in the maintenance department. Nubia Braun, a night custodian at Oakland Beach. John Campbell, night custodian at the Career Center. Brian Wilson, night custodian at Cedar Hill. Dylan Teviaw, night custodian at Veterans. Jessica Kingston, the Ed Tech Center clerk at the administration building. Peter, Moisiades, I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, helper maintenance in the maintenance department. Max Orner, special educator, elementary. Alyssa Silvestri, secondary math teacher at Tollgate. Alicia Rodriguez, social worker at Oakland Beach. Pam Bernardi, we welcome her in a new capacity as the graduation by proficiency coordinator at Pilgrim High School. And with that, I turn it over to Superintendent Danbrook to welcome a new administrator.
Thank you, Director Ruggieri. It is my pleasure to welcome and to appoint Mr. Joseph Renzi as the principal of Wyman Elementary School. We feel he'll make a great addition to our team, and welcome Mr. Renzi is here tonight.
And finally, the coaches as presented on your executive agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggieri. Okay, next, readoption of policies, Dr. Cecil.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Testa and school committee members. First up tonight is EBCB fire drills, and we are asking for a vote to eliminate this policy. The reason being that it is incorporated into policy EB, which we'll look at next on school safety. And I believe we only need to vote once to eliminate it.
Correct.
From the policy manual.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Okay. Next, we have policy EB, school safety, for a first read. We are eliminating all of the old language, which has been where you see all the strike through, and we have completely revised this to now talk about school safety. It talks about having an emergency response plan, having the required number of different types of drills that are required by the state. We put the language as very generic so that we wouldn't have to continuously change this, because like the fire drill said, the old policy would have 15, and the state does not require that. And the state requires different types of fire drills. So instead of locking ourselves into a number and a particular type, we left it generic, so that we were just going to be following state guidelines. We talk about what the expectations we have for in the buildings for the principals, as well as at the district level, for protocols that need to be in place, including if in the event that there's any type of emergency at the school, communication with families, things of that nature. So asking approval for this first read.
Move approval.
Second?
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. And last, we have policy IKFA, our Warwick diploma system. This is an update, and it's been revised to reflect the new regulations. This was looked at with Mr. McCaffrey, the principals, the GBP coordinators, and all other interested parties. And it's been through the committee, looked at by our lawyers, and it's ready for your approval for a first read.
Move approval.
Second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, new business, discussion presentation, extended day academies, Mrs. Cousineau. So we're coming down there, right?
You are, there's
Just for one.
one slide deck. Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks. So good evening again, everyone. Again, I want to thank Darlene for giving me a prelude to my presentation tonight. As you may or may not know, thanks to the creative writing of Dr. Cecil, our grant writer, she, over the past year or two, has written in some monies for us to provide what we call the Extended Day Academy. We have run the Extended Day Academy 3 times this year. This most recent round was between March and May. We did it at 12 of our 13 elementary schools. We are meeting the needs of more than 350 children. This round was approximately 360. And we can't say enough about the 45 teachers that kind of stepped up to the plate. It is with the creativity and the dedication and the professionalism of our teachers that we're able to do this, not only in math and in ELA, which is Reading and Language Arts, but this round we had some of our itinerant teachers doing some SEL work with some of our students. We had an art teacher, we had a music teacher, we had some after-school STEM things going on. So I want to thank them for thinking outside the box and being creative, and I'm so looking forward to doing this again next year. There we have some happy faces. We made it around to 12 schools and took lots of pictures. I try to feature some different folks each time. And thank you to our little guy in the middle who is enjoying cleaning his desk with shaving cream, which actually works better than cleaner. So thanks to our friends over at Robertson for that one. The survey we do ask at the end because it's grant funded, so we do like to survey not only our students, our teachers, our parents, and our principals, but we like to get the data for you to show you how well it is working. We did have 28 responses when I did record this. This was about a month or so ago, so thank you for sending those along. And I apologize if your data wasn't included in the final numbers here, but you can see on the 4 questions we ask our little ones, the club helped me to learn. I enjoyed the club. How am I doing in my math and how am I doing in my reading? We're all favorable in the a lot area. So thank you to the teachers for doing that with them, because that is a kind of a handwritten survey with smiley faces. So thank you for that. Our 3rd and 5th graders are a little more skilled, so they have a Google form, and we had 67 responses to date when I did this. I enjoyed the club. I worked well with my classmates. I gained some ELA skills, gained some math skills, and would I participate again? And I think the bottom line says it all. 63 out of the 67 folks said they would surely be back. That says a lot for our 3rd and 5th grader to 5th graders. Those are our intermediate students, and again, these interventions and these after-school clubs before school, we call them the breakfast clubs, they really are individualized towards exactly what they need with small group instruction. We do survey our teachers. We like to get feedback from them to find out where we can do better. I enjoy teaching, again, 21 out of 24. Sufficient planning time, so that's nice. They do get an hour a week to do some planning, and then it's 2 hours with our students, so it's a total of 3 hours a week for approximately 6 to 8 week windows. They felt like they had plenty of materials. We asked if Dr. Schultz and I would like us to set something up for you. Overwhelmingly said, no, thank you, we got this. And all 24 of them said that they would sign up again. So our positive comments, the feedback was less than 7 is the perfect number of students in a small group, and plenty of them said their student self-confidence just went through the roof. They still would like more weeks and encourage parents and guardians to pick up from school on time. Our kids are kind of tired at the end of the day and feel like, if it's a timely pickup, everybody is more pleasant. Thank you to our parents and guardians. We had 38 people fill out a Google form that was sent home to them, and thanks to our principals for sending that out. Again, did your child learn anything new? Did they make a connection with their teacher? Did they enjoy the club? And would they do it again? And again, 35 out of 38. Positive on the right, they feel like it boosted his or her self-confidence, and it was an overall positive school experience, which, we have our students for 6 hours a day, but we have our buildings for 24 hours a day, so it's kind of nice that we can be in our building a little bit longer doing some fun things with our kiddos. And then the reflections for next time, the feedback is always that throughout and at the conclusion of the program, they would like the feedback. So some sort of not a report card per se, but hey, we're working on fractions, or we're working on this or that. And then does the classroom teacher feel that the academy helps? So maybe at a parent conference or sometime they could kind of weave that into their conversations. And that is feedback from our parents. And our principals, we had 9 of them fill out the survey, and they would certainly do it again. They like the AM slots when the kids are sort of a little fresher, in a good way, fresher in the morning. And maybe to do it 4 times a year. We did 3 times. We do it 1 per trimester, but they're looking to do it maybe 4 times next year. And then they really love the idea of incorporating our new spaces. If you've been tuning in lately, you've been hearing some conversations around our innovative spaces. We have some indoor spaces and some outdoor spaces coming. and to do some STEM work in those new areas would be super cool. So all of that may be coming soon, thanks to Dr. Cecil and her creative writing. So again, thank you to everybody, our students, our families, our teachers, our principals, our community for promoting such a program. We do know it's extremely valuable and it does make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cousineau. Any questions or comments from Mrs. Cousineau? Okay, hearing none. Okay, next item, discussion update FY23 monthly financial report and year-end review. Mr. McGrath and Mr. Bowl.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Before you'll find my monthly fiscal report. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Any questions for Mr. McGrath? I just know. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
More of a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for your service to Warwick Public Schools with this being your last school committee meeting. So best wishes to you in your career.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We can't drag you back. And lunch debt is at $133,000 a year. At this point, I would just like to make a slight change to the agenda. We're going to take discussion action item 11, which is the first student contract amendment job performance, and we're going to do that one next before we get to FY24 budget. So, I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to adopt.
Adopt. Is there a second?
What are we adopting?
We're on the
Oh, to just discussion.
right. So we need a second.
Second.
Oh, hold on one second. Okay, we're gonna revise the motion. Okay, the motion, we're going to be looking for a motion. Just want to move it for discussion, and then we can vote it, correct? All right, so I'll be looking for a motion to reject the proposed amendment from first student.
Motion to adopt.
Second?
Second.
Discussion. Anyone have any?
First student
Yep, this is first student, yep.
had a conversation with us. Care to
Can you
say?
talk about that?
How much can I say?
Sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, you're certainly free to discuss what the proposed amendment, that was proposed to the school committee was. I would not discuss conversations that were had.
All right. So, I will, thank you. So, we were given an amendment that asked us to pay 25% on bus routes that were combined. Basically, to pay for services above what wasn't delivered. As a committee, we do not stand behind that. So that's why we're voting against it.
Okay, any other comment from anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Looking for a motion to approve, no, motion to deny the amendment to the first student contract?
Motion to adopt.
Okay, so we're just looking for a vote. All in favor to reject, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone want to accept? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay.
Okay. Next item, FY '24 budget. As everyone knows, we've gone through the budget process. The school committee adopted a budget, went to the city. The city allocated a certain amount, so we're here. At this point, where we have to come into balance, state law requires us to balance within 30 days of the municipality's authorization for allocation. So, administration has put together a list that gets us to balance. I would entertain any comments from the committee right now, or reserve mine to the end.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Galligan.
Yes, so I did review that document with the proposed cuts. However, there are several items on that document which I would not support. And so, Mr. Chair, if I have new items that I'd like to propose, can we go through the line items?
So there are line items on the document put together by administration that there were certain certain line items on there that you don't want. Are there any ones that you're fine with? If there's some, I would rather just, we can get out of the way, we can get out of the way now. And then just go back to so are there any from that document?
Yes. Do you want the numbers?
Okay.
The line items?
The line items that you're okay with, right? Okay, what line items are those?
Object Code 55201, insurances, $50,000. Object Code 52710, insurances, workers' comp, $25,000.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to consult the attorney. I'm just wondering if we just vote these line items up or down, if we take one at a time, and if Mr. Galligan wants to either not support one. So that's discussion action, right?
Yeah, I think that the problem that is just practically speaking.
So, in other words, if I say insurance is right, okay, so based on the attorney's advice, we would be discussing the entire list, okay, and Mr. Galligan will propose some changes which we would have to approve or not approve if he wants to make a change, right?
Excuse me. Can I ask a question? Because this is very out of the ordinary. And the administration has done their due diligence to make sure that things that are important for kids, the education, things like that, are covered. And that is their job. So we've never done anything quite like this before, and I don't understand why we're doing it now.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking you.
Yeah. All right, so I apologize, but this is kind of new. So,
It's not kind of new, it's very new.
so you know, I think, Mr. Gallen, what I'll do is, why don't you put forth changes that you want to make? Yep. We won't discuss this document yet, because you're going to want to make some changes, and anyone else who may want to make some changes. So let's just do it that way. Mr. McGrath and Mr. Bull, you're going to have to write it down now if we're going to be making some changes, okay? All right, so Mr. Galligan, you have the floor.
I promise I'll be quick, and hopefully with the changes that I'm proposing that do not impact student educational needs or their resource needs, will free us up
For what?
with looking at the administration's proposed budget.
He has the
Can you
floor.
state, can you state, when you say, can you state why you don't think those things are?
Well, it's just.
Yes, I'll get
let's
to
see-
that
Let's see what he
momentarily.
wants to do.
Okay. Alcoa Code 52902, Employee Assistance Programs. When I was looking at the breakdown under Human Resources, Ms. Ruggieri, it has school spring, talent, ed account for administration, professional employees, advertising for classified employees and substitutes, and then mandated posting and advertisements. You guys did a great job. You listed out all the cost. However, my math is showing that we budgeted on that line item $9,000 more than all of those costs combined. It's you guys requested $24,000 on that line item, and my math comes out to $15,000.
Yeah, so each year, the Employee Assistance Program, which is a contractual obligation for both unions that we
Yep.
have this, it's based on the number of employees that we have. We have anticipated number of substitutes, of permanent staff. When I gave them that whole list, the price did increase. It went up, I want to say, about $1 or so per person. When I presented the budget, I didn't have that quote in yet, so it did go up, but not by the 9,000. So it probably went up about 3,000.
About three?
About 3, yes.
Okay. So I make a motion to cut $6,000 from line item 52902.
Why?
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Why?
So, Ms. Backus, the list proposed by the superintendent and the administration has several items on there that I am going to support. However, there are several items which I'm not going to support, and they're not that big in total amounts. So I'm not going to nickel and dime through this whole thing here. I have about 4 or 5 budget cuts, but certainly the items that I would support not being removed from that list, the items not being cut, they would make us better as a school system.
But through the chair, what are you looking to do with that money?
That's not up for us to decide. We have a job of finding $1.4 million in collaboration with the administration. And so we are here tonight to try to balance that and get them what they need without impacting student need, teacher need, and still providing the support to the administration.
So Mr. Gallagher, I think what Ms. Backus is asking, and Karen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So whatever your total cuts are, right, if you're gonna cut $40,000 from this, would you be looking to restore something that was cut?
I'd be looking to preserve 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, so you're gonna be looking to
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
a proposed cut. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what you're
Yes.
gearing towards. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
So that would be the motion
Yeah,
to.
so there's a motion to reduce 52902 by $6,000, and it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion?
So through the chair again,
Ms. Backus?
I want to understand what you are trying to keep. What are you cutting money for, and what are you trying to keep?
That's a fair question. I think the handful, the 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever items you're looking to preserve.
Okay, Ms. Backus, I am looking to not go through on the cut list. Item 3, Sandpro, $30,000.
Okay.
Item 5, capital improvement, $110,000. Item 6, 1 custodian, $37,462. Item 7, part-time custodian, $18,731. Item 8, Assistant Director of Curriculum, $50,000.
Are those, I'm sorry, is that the list?
That's the list, sir. And I've got, to offset those costs, some proposed.
If I may, Mr. Chair, can I provide some
Ms. Ruggieri.
if I may provide some clarification on those custodians.
Yes.
They were put in place to go back into Gorton on the bottom floor when we were going to go in there.
Yes.
But now that Oakland Beach will be coming over, they'll be bringing their own custodial staff, so those are not needed positions any longer.
Okay.
They were ads, it's no one is tied to those positions.
Okay. So in that case, I would remove item 6. I'd be fine with item 6 being cut. And item 7 being cut, and maintain item 12, math interventionist supplies to support the kids.
Okay, so, Mr. Oliver, you're here to speak to the capital improvement, okay? That capital improvement, Mr. Gothberg's here too, that would help. So the capital improvement, the two biggest items in there, correct me if I'm wrong, were the Vets Annex roof and the Greenwood boiler, right? And we move those to bond expenditures because they would qualify for bond expenditures, right? And that was about $150,000.
That's
so
correct.
Included in this capital improvement line was the refinishing of the gym floors, right?
Correct.
And we've kept that. We've kept that. So because we took the bulk projects that were in that line and moved them to bond, it doesn't reduce the amount that we're still providing capital improvements, right, Mr. Gothberg? It's still part of what we're required to report to RIDE for capital improvements if we do it through bond or do it through regular operating budget. Correct?
That's correct.
Right. So, and Mr. Oliver, we had a conversation on this budget. This budget, no one loves budget cuts, but we had a conversation, and this amount you were okay with, correct? Because we were still getting the building.
Correct, because I'm still getting the capital improvement done to the buildings through the bond, and it'll be reimbursed too, correct, Ms. Cuthbert?
Right, so we'll be getting 40% or whatever.
Still get 35 to 45%, correct?
Right, so it's actually, in one sense, it's a bit of a better way to do it. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. On that capital improvement, though, with the $110,000, if we can preserve that, we could use it as part of school improvement projects.
Yeah, obviously, we would use it for school improvement, but the things we put in for the budget were going to be covered with the bond, and getting reimbursement on top of it.
Okay, but would you agree that there's some school improvements we can make across the district with 110?
Can you repeat that?
Would you agree that there are some improvements that we can make to our facilities if you had that $110,000?
Obviously, if I had $110,000, I would put it to use for
Thank
improvement in our buildings, correct.
And one other item, the Assistant Director of Curriculum, I think, Dr. Schultz, is that you? The Assistant Director of Curriculum, can you explain
Yes.
what that is?
Sure. We were tasked to find $1.4 million, and I did not want to cut anything that was of an absolute necessity to our students. And so I basically asked the other directors if it was all right if I made a cut to the administrative staff in order to save certain things for our students. And I'm still willing to do that because I feel that that is in the best interest of our students and our teachers. So we would be restructuring a position and making it a coordinator position instead of an assistant director position to save money. I feel that we would be able to adequately serve our students. Do I think it's an ideal situation? Absolutely not, but I am willing to do what it takes to make this district succeed. I know that we are on the right path, and I will do whatever is necessary. If that includes reducing staff, then we have to do what we have to do, because it's not really reduction in staff if you think about it.
Right, it's a reclassification of a position.
Reclassification, that's a good way to say it,
Right.
thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Backus.
I have a question about the Sand Pro being a priority, and would like to ask Mr. Ricks and Mr. Oliver what their thoughts are on this, because they must have been involved in this. Because it seems like, well, it'd be nice to have, but it doesn't seem like something that we need for 2 or 3 months out of the year, if that.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The Sand Pro.
Correct.
Do we really need a Sand Pro? How much does it help? What does it do for you? Is it really worth the money? It's a nice want. But is it
So
necessary?
Obviously, having a piece of equipment is always a beneficial thing. Do we get by with what we have? Yes, we do. It's up to the committee to make the decision whether they want to approve it or not. At this point, we do the best we can with the equipment we have.
How is the Sand Pro going to help you or not help you? What is it going to do? I want to know, why do we need it?
What it does is it's an infield groomer. It keeps the soil loose and makes it playable. Right now, my guys drag the fields with a spike bar and a drag mat. The Sand Pro does have a spike bar on the back of it, just like the spike bar that we have presently that we put on the back of our Kubotas and drag around the infields.
I remember when the Poor Sox used to have one of those. They didn't have a Sand Pro.
No.
So, to me, it's not something necessary for a couple of months a year.
We do the job with what we have
Right,
now.
you are already doing it.
Correct.
Got 162K, and my findings are 164. Just to clarify for my colleague, so today, for the public's knowledge, we had a little field trip, and I was joined by Lynn and Bill and Mr. Ricks and several members of Mr. Oliver's team, and we went over what the benefits are to this. I brought them to a local field within the city, and that field, we pay about $3,000 less in infield mix than what the Warwick Public Schools pays for. So we have a heavy investment into just dirt alone that is leaving the playing fields because we can't get it mixed in properly. Furthermore, outside of just what that does with the dirt, there are other benefits to it. You limit liability associated with workplace injuries because they're now operating a piece of equipment rather than manually doing something, changing out the equipment on the back of the Kubota that I was told that's being used. This is all on one contained unit. So there's that possible savings there to workers' comp claims, or not possible savings, but cost avoidance to those as well. In addition to those, we're looking at two things here: playing surface and also player safety. If the field isn't groomed properly, there's the potential for a individual getting injured. And then last but not least, our fields at both Pilgrim and at Vets take up a significant amount of real estate from a grounds perspective. And so we obviously want them to look good when we're having people from neighboring communities come in. Right now, I think nobody can contest up here the condition of some of our facilities. If you look at our tennis courts, for instance, we have giant craters down the middle of them. There are vacant lots on Post Road that look better than our tennis courts. So what we have, we need to start to take care of.
I agree.
And so, what we're asking, we've got to give Kevin and his team the appropriate tooling to do that while also reaping all the other benefits of it.
Well, I've got to say, I think that tennis courts need attention before the fields, if you want to bring that up. It's a short-term thing. We have it taken care of now. It was something that was taken out by administration in consultation with Mr. Ricks and Mr. Oliver and various folks. And I'm really curious as to why this is a necessity when we have other things that are absolutely falling apart.
And so, to that point, I imagine this evening you're going to make some proposals to kind of lessen those items that are falling apart. You have
No,
some,
actually, I trust the administration's
I trust them. Mr. Ricks.
outcome on this and what they brought to us. And
Mr. Ricks, my colleague called you up. Do you have any comments you want to make to this?
Just to answer, Ms. Bacchus, you asked a question. Obviously, you guys have to make some hard decisions on what you need and what you can't get and what you can get. If you're asking me my opinion on the Sand Pro, look, the reason why I put that in the budget over the years and it's been cut is because the grounds crew has requested and said that would help them drastically when they have to do multiple fields on multiple days. So I'm advocating for our grounds workers. We only have one per school, and it's challenging for them to keep up with the stuff. So a Sand Pro is state of the art. It will cut some time off of what they have to do. Now, whether or not we can afford it, that's, so there is, I guess my answer to you is there is a need. If you have other things that are more important, then I understand that also.
is it a need or a want?
For those guys, I think it's a need.
For 2 months a year?
For 3 months a year, yeah.
3 months a year?
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I'm not speaking against what's important. I'm not saying something's less important. If you're just asking me on this, I can tell you this, the city of Warwick, all their fields, those workers have Sand Pros. Anybody that does the softball fields, the baseball fields, they're out there with
Wait a
Sand
minute,
Pros.
so the city has Sand Pros, and
That's correct.
have we ever discussed sharing them with, or using theirs? Have we ever gone and done anything that creative?
Yes, I've had them come out and help us out occasionally with our fields. Yes, I have. Currently, I know they're in the market of looking for a new one because they had one of their pieces of equipment go down, so I know they're limited with the one they have.
Okay, if I may. So, Mr. Galvin, just confirm, you're looking for 4 items now, right? Totaling 162? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion is going to be keep making the proposals to get you to 162. Just tell us what you want to do, right? And I'm thinking that maybe we would vote on that entire package, right, of 162, because something within that 162 may not fly, and then that's going to tank it. And this is going to be messy, and I apologize, I don't know of a neater way to do this. But essentially, you want to cut something to reinstate something. So,
if I could just
yes,
interject,
please do, Attorney.
I just think that coming from, look, ultimately there has to be a passed budget, and that budget has to match with what the appropriation from the town was. So the committee has 30 days from the town's from the city's appropriation. Ultimately, the vote from the school committee should get the committee where it needs to be.
Yes.
So, for purposes of just making this easier, if Mr. Galligan has $162,000 of proposed cuts, and then to get it back on the other end with $162,000, that can all be discussed, and then a final motion can be put forth that incorporates all of that. In other words, I would recommend against making individual cuts at the moment because you're not sure what's going to happen on the other end. So the discussion can kind of be segregated, if you will, to propose cuts, and then this is, X, Y, Z, these are the line items I don't agree with, and we can save X amount of dollars here. To counteract that, I would add it here. But at the end of the day, the final vote that the committee should make, you should get to your number.
All right, so we're just going to have a general discussion. Mr. McGrath, you're going to keep track of what these are? Okay. Okay, so right now, Mr. Galligan has proposed cutting from 52,902, $6,000. Okay, what else would you be looking to do?
57,309, I'm sorry, is this thing on? 57,309, technology related hardware, district core data center, hardware, cybersecurity. Mr. Taylor, the operating system, is that 2012 or 2016? Of some of the servers in there.
Could you please repeat your question?
The data center,
Mhm.
the district's data center, you had indicated it's 5+ years old, and it's been extended 1 year. I'm asking, do you know what, is there end-of-life equipment within that cabinet? Just
Yes, so what we've been doing is every year, we have roughly 24 servers throughout the district. We had gotten an initial quote a few years ago that it would be over $1 million to replace our whole data center in one lump swoop. And so each year we try to select the oldest pieces of equipment to cycle out of there. So I've always felt it more appropriate to come to the committee with a $150,000 ask to keep the data center running and the network running in the district than to delay that and then just come to you with a broken data center with no more ability for the buildings to talk to each other.
and you guys are moving to a tiered one, cloud-based.
Yeah.
The last school committee approved that. That was great. Good
Yep.
project initiative.
So we still have on-prem devices that we need, and each server that we have to replace alone is very expensive, as I'm sure you know. So it's part of that. Also, part of that is continued work that we need to do for cybersecurity. Some different that we've placed in there, some different things that are required by the insurance companies, and certainly some training and some monitoring for cybersecurity. So we have some areas there that, but that's the reason why it's always 150 and not more.
Yeah, completely understood it, and I know that most insurance companies very familiar in that field. You get kind of voluntold, which is why, and we discussed this during the second budget hearing, or the third budget hearing, for those with a sense of humor. So that's why I'm only going to propose to this line item. It's understood there's inherent risk with putting this off further, but we're taking risks across the board with many things within our school district. So I'm going to make a recommendation that we cut this line item to $75,000, and that will help you out with any issues with switches or other hardware needs within that line item.
Respectfully, I would just advise that that's a very
You're doing
large
your
deep
job,
cut.
absolutely.
And we could have some problems if we do that.
Completely understood. On line item 57309 also, Promethean board replacements, $175,000, and the quantity is 1.
If that's the case, and I don't have it right in front of me, the quantity should be 80.
How many?
80.
80?
80, correct. And so what we've also done is a cyclical replacement of Promethean boards each year. We have about 360 Promethean boards throughout the secondary schools. That's the 2 middle schools, 2 high schools. With the first rounds of ECF money, we were able to place Promethean boards into the elementary schools. The issue that we're having is in the high schools, those 360 boards are failing. So last year we made a decision to, over a 4-year period of time, to replace those boards. So again, my whole mission since I've started this role has always been to cycle the technology and
good
never
practice.
come to you with a large. So any deference means I'll be coming to you with a large ask. But that's for 80 Promethean boards to do approximately 1/4 of the Promethean boards in the high schools. And we have about those many boards that are losing their touch capabilities, and the teachers rely on that technology every day to teach.
No, completely understand. Great practice seen in the private sector. You try to get this equipment on some sort of schedule, so that way you can kind of budget or forecast. But
correct.
Again, we're trying to nickel and dime our way through this, right? So,
Through the chair, is this for a Sandpro? We're doing
No,
this?
Ms. Baggs, just going to let Mr. Galligan just go through his list, and then we'll get to the bottom.
Okay.
I propose we make $75,000 and cuts to that, funding it at $100,000. The next one I have is replacement office staff and administrator laptops. Totally get, again, with the cycle that you're looking to put there, 57,309. Totally understand that what you're trying to accomplish. You have 28,000 budgeted, looking at 40 units. So I drew it down to 50%. $14,000 is the recommended cut. And then the last item also on 57,309, I apologize, Mr. Taylor, that budget of yours, you know, saw over 500% increase year over year. So it's where we got to look. I'll owe you dinner or something. Given the volume of Chromebooks we're currently purchasing, the fact that students, teachers, substitutes, administrators, everyone has connectivity availability, could you give me a little bit of input as to why we need Chrome-based workstations? Or
Sure. That's a specific piece of technology. As you mentioned, as a district, we are a Chrome-based operation. We do maintain some Windows machines throughout the district. You'll find those. Those are the laptops that you had just mentioned previously. And the Chrome-based stations you'll find throughout our schools in areas such as the library, such as the nurses' offices. Again, those have reached end of life, and as end of life, they no longer take updates. And so that's to replace those stations.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
That's all I
Okay,
have.
so as I count it, Mr. McGrath and Mr. Bowl, I'm showing $170,000.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Now, any comments or any other similar things from any members of the committee?
I had something.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Hazelwood.
It's a line item. Am I allowed to
Yeah.
put that out? Okay. At Welk, the conscious discipline
Do you have
that's
a,
being offered.
do you have,
The conscious discipline, it's under 53301, I believe. 53301. Oh, 53301. It's the $15,750. While it's a good program that we offered, most of the TAs did not take advantage of it at all. And we have a great bit team on hand that is not utilized at Welk whatsoever. They're not utilized at all. And the TAs did not show up for training for that. So that was a suggestion.
okay, so, all right, so someone from administration, could you please speak to us about conscious discipline? Yeah, I don't know, I mean, why people didn't go is that's a separate question, I think, as to whether we should not offer it. So, if someone explain to me what this is, right? And is cutting it, what's the ramification for cutting it? Right? We have to know this. My gut tells me, even though no one participated, I don't know why, but that wouldn't be the first time that some staff don't participate in some of our stuff. So, so someone can just explain to me. And we're talking $15,000, and quite frankly, I think even if we kept it in the budget, I don't know. I just.
So conscious discipline is a program. So at the elementary level, we roll out responsive classroom. Responsive classroom is a kind of a whole approach to the whole child, and conscious discipline is what they chose to use as well at Welk. It does a lot with I don't know, maybe Jen could answer it a little bit better than I, because we don't use it quite so much at the elementary level.
Sure. Yeah, sure, no problem. It's a very proactive approach, including, morning meetings, really getting to the root of disciplinary issues before they happen. Affirmations, and starting a really good relationship with the students. However, if people aren't taking advantage of it, then it could be something that we could cut at this point and maybe offer it at a different time.
I'm all for training, 100%. I'm just not for training that's not being used, that's paying for things that we're not using. It's a great program, you're right.
Okay, so to me, that begs the question, if we have this training if we have the training, then use it. Go, get trained, and I don't know why we have an option to not do this. I don't understand this. If it's as good as everyone says it is, and apparently it is, then people should not be able to say, no, I'm not going to take it.
Mr. Testa, respectfully, this was something that Julie Martin had put on as something that she wanted to add. She's no longer with us, and so we don't really know the why behind it.
Or the data.
We're trying to surmise at this point, so we're not, unfortunately, we don't have the answers as to why it's on there.
Okay, so, all right, I don't want to get too weedy here, but, okay, so, Ms. Hazelwood, you're recommending we cut $15,750, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're up to $185,750. Okay, does anyone else have other changes they'd like to make? Okay, any other comments from anyone?
One final comment.
Mr. Beck.
Obviously,
Mr. Galligan, sorry.
It's an uncomfortable exercise to go through. You're given a document, you trust the admin, but at the same time, in our position, we're trying to be impartial and work with what the teacher needs are, the student needs are, the administrative needs, and so we're trying to make sure everything is balanced across the board. So certainly, there are going to be times we're going to propose stuff that a minority or a majority won't like, but this is the way it goes, and but to just echo two statements of our longstanding colleagues, Mr. Testa always says we're non-revenue generating, so this is the budget that we get from the city. Here's what we need to do with it. And Ms. Backus last year in the second budget hearing, she said, we need to start to really invest in other things and into our school system, and it gets tiring. I believe she said, we're always having a nickel and dime ourselves, and so I agreed with her. I actually I wanted to run through a wall when I was watching her speech last year. So this is an uncomfortable exercise, but it's part of this job, and good thing we only have to do it once a year. Thank you.
If I may, the original list that the administration put together, I thought was a good list because it preserved what I think is the most important. It preserved the school and safety officers that the secondary principals speak very highly of. It preserved all the new special ed positions that special ed had requested. It preserved all the math interventionists plus an additional math interventionist at Windman. It preserved the additional or the new occupational therapist position. We've got an influx of about 200 IEPs coming in next year. Of course, the percentage of those kids are going to need OT services too. It fully funded NEST, which hasn't been fully funded in a few years, which are the sports trainers. Okay, until we get our own sports trainers, which is where the puck is going, I think that's good. When Dr. Schultz reconfigures a position, it's not perfect, but it's workable. Far be it from me to say, no, I'm going to give you something, I'm going to give you what you originally had when the funds are so tight. The math interventionist supplies the $22,000. To be perfectly blunt, I don't think we need to save that right now because I think during the course of the year, you'll find $22,000 somewhere for those supplies. The capital improvement budget, we've discussed what the the core important things of that capital improvement budget were, and we took care of them. Of course, it would be nice if Mr. Oliver had $110,000. We'd like to have $500,000 to do capital improvements, and that's fine. But in a budget situation like this, I'm not sure how appropriate that is. Because the cuts to technology, okay, this district was one of the first ones to go one-to-one in the state. And then we went to the Prometheans, and there was resistance to the Prometheans when they first came on. But I sat in a classroom when I shadowed a student, a teacher turned to me mid-teaching, and said, "You." He said, "Best things I ever seen, the best thing I've ever seen come in this district in a long time." So I'm not one to want to cut those. Because once they die, now you're in an emergency situation, right? The teacher doesn't have a functioning one, right? And we don't have that many backups hanging around. So when I see those cuts to that, I get very concerned, because that directly impacts students, and some of the laptops for staff impact staff, which indirectly impacts students. So, Mr. Galligan, I get where you're coming from on those things. My suggestion would be, with respect to the SandPro, I didn't vote for the SandPro last time we put it in. But I know that's important to you, and that's fine. I would suggest, if you want to save that, then let's scale this thing back. Because I think Dr. Schultz's input to this was what Dr. Schultz input to this. So I don't think we should second guess her. Everybody sitting at that table knows what the reality is. It doesn't matter if you're in Warwick, Westerly, Woonsocket, Coventry. Everyone's doing the same thing. So it would be nice to have an embarrassment of riches to say, well, if I take some 75 grand out of Promethean boards, Mr. Oliver, now you get some lumber, okay? It's always a balance of priorities, and it'll always be a balance of priorities. And I think that the list that administration puts together for us reflects that. They're the ones on the front line of all this. So, you know, I'm not comfortable with, we're essentially saying to them, nah, we think we know what's better. And I think that's not a good position for ourselves to put ourselves in. Now, with respect to the SandPro, if you want to, I think it's easier, I mean, between Ms. Backus's conscious discipline, between Ms. Hazelwood's conscious discipline, 15, call it 15 and a half, and your EAP at $6,000, okay, it's $21,000 there. So, with all due respect to Mr. Ricks and anyone else here, if we needed $30,000 and you can put in 20, call it 22, you got to find 8. In the course of the next year, Mr. Bull, I know you're looking at me now because you're saying, what am I saying? I don't think it's a gigantic hurdle if Mr. Ricks wants to find $8,000. You have that money, you get a SandPro, right? Yeah. So, you know, I just, you know, and I understand we want to be generous, but
yep.
You know, we just have to be careful when they come to us with a list and say we can live with this list.
I'm good with that. If Dr. Schultz is good with running with what she wants to run with, I'm good with that.
Yeah. It could always be better.
Mr. Oliver doesn't want 110.
Well, but
you know,
but that's not really the way to phrase the question, though, right? It's not.
Poor choice of words.
Well, yeah, because, you know, it kind of looks like, well, I mean, again, if money grew on trees out in the back, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I got it.
So, and again, if there's ever an emergency that arises, we deal with emergencies, right? We're going to see some coming up when we get to the rest of the items on the agenda. So, the way I see it right now, and Mr. McGrath and Mr. Bull, you can correct me if I'm wrong, if we took the conscious discipline, and there seems to be, people seem to be okay with a cut in conscious discipline, so I will defer to the people. I would defer to you guys. If you can give us a reasonable assurance that we're okay with it, without it, that's fine. If you want to look for something else.
So I think what we might be able to do is I think the cut might be feasible for this time. I'm hearing some folks
year.
behind me who are the people that do use it, and we want to acknowledge them as well. But I'm thinking with a new principal coming in, a new coordinator coming in, and maybe doing a data walk and doing a recheck, that this is something we can possibly bring back at another time.
Right,
So I don't
and
know how
again,
my
you're talking.
colleagues feel about
If we're
that.
talking $15,000, and I don't mean to throw money around, flippantly, but, I don't think that that's a gigantic lift in a $175 million, $183 million budget, right? If we had to find that somewhere. Well, there's transfers happen all the time. So, I don't foresee that as a big issue. So, I would like to, how do we do this though, Mr. McGrath, or Mr. Bull, right? If we can agree, and I got the attorney here too, my God. Okay, I'm inclined.
What do you want me to remake a motion
on
those?
Well, we haven't made any motions yet, right?
So
go ahead.
here's my thought. So you have, the EAP program for the 6,000, then the 15,750. So we're basically adding those cuts, but then that SandPro line for 30 still needs to be cut by 8,250 in order for us to get the balance, because that nets to the 30. And then the rest of the list would go, I would assume would be the easiest.
So-
Can we just decrease the SandPro cost?
Right, I think that's what you're saying, right?
You basically just need to cut that line by 8,250, and then cut those other two lines, and then approve the rest of the cuts. And by my math, we'd sit right at the 1,420.
Right,
Right.
okay? All right, so the motion's going to be to, how do I want to do this, Counselor?
It would be a motion to approve the budget consistent with the proposed.
With these changes to
with the
line items
proposal,
such and
with
such?
with the changes that you can
Okay.
illustrate.
Okay, so we'd be looking for a motion to reduce the SandPro line by, what was it? No, go ahead. Talk me through it.
Sorry, it would be a motion to approve the FY24 budget consistent with the budget adjustment provided by administration with the following changes and whatever changes that the committee would like to make.
Okay, so we got that so far? And those changes are, we're reducing the SandPro to how much, or by how much, Mr. McGrath?
You'd have to make a cut of 8,250 to that line.
Okay, we're reducing the SandPro by $8,250. Then reducing 52902, employee assistance, by $6,000.
Correct.
And reducing 533, what was it, 01?
Yep, 301.
53301 by $15,750.
Correct.
And that'll keep us in balance.
Correct.
Do I have a motion for that?
I'll move it for the purpose of discussion.
Yep. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Oh.
Ms. Backus.
So, are you not gonna touch MIS or things like that?
No.
That's not coming out, because we can't afford to do that.
Right.
I know that. I've been here when we haven't had enough in the
Right.
bank, and we've been in huge trouble. I've lived through that. I've lived through kids not having what they need.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. So it's essentially the list presented to us with just a minor change to the SandPro line and then two other adjacent budget line adjustments. Any other comments?
Just that I think math interventionists are a necessity and not an accessory. They're very needed in this district.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, I guess it's more of a question.
Yes.
Because I kind of I had to question a lot of the tech stuff, the last one. Is there more of a balance that can happen? Because we seem to have the highest tech, but schools falling apart. Is there a way to kind of balance it little where instead of getting 80 Prometheans or I don't know how many Chromebooks the numbers were, maybe reduce that and maybe put more into the building funds to make sure that the buildings are.
Well, I mean,
Is there some kind of compromise or?
Student need is student need, right? So if you have 762 classrooms and you have Prometheans and all of those and you're going to rotate them out, I mean, that's just basic math. It doesn't change. So I get what you're saying, but, you know, we're also spending between the 50 and 40, 56 and 40, we're spending $96 million on infrastructure, on our schools. So we are making that investment, it's all bonded. You know, if something breaks, we fix it. And, you know, if something breaks, we just can't not fix it, right? So we have to do that. So, you know, budgeting is always, like I said, it's a balance. So, you know, if you need 80 Prometheans because you're gonna replace them on that 4-year cycle, if you say I'm only gonna replace 40 now the risk there is, okay, 30 of them die and now I don't have 30 of them. You know, as opposed to the paint is very, very old and, you know, it should be spruced up. So again, I trust Mr. Oliver and the Buildings and Grounds Department to advocate, and there's no probably single department that over my observance here has taken it more than Buildings and Grounds. But when big things are needed, we'll do them, right? So it's an imperfect process. It's a very imperfect process. But, you know, so, you know, next year if Dr. Taylor can find grant money that offsets a purchase which would normally be operating, so that frees up $100,000, then, okay, then the administration would say, okay, we will redirect that to Mr. Oliver. But I think that goes on all the time anyway, but it's just, you know, when you gotta cut somewhere, you
Mr.
have to
Testa.
cut somewhere. Yes, Ms. Backus.
But also with our building infrastructure and things, a lot of that comes out of money from the state and money from bonds.
Yeah,
So,
and
and
that's where
there
most of that
hadn't
comes
been
from.
a lot of bond money available in the past. There was no rule to keep money set aside for things. Now there is. So there have been some changes with regard to buildings, but it's gonna take time because under previous administrations, when they took money away and never replaced it, we didn't have money to fix things. And that was directly the result of what happened
Yep.
with our allocation from the city.
May I say you have a comment?
Ms. Hazelwood.
I was at Pilgrim while Promethean boards were being changed out, and I heard a lot of comments from teachers that said what was wrong with the one I had. It was fine. It worked fine. Is there any way we can have some kind of form that, you know, I may need a new Promethean board, but I may not, so that we're not replacing things that don't need to be replaced? I have one of these.
I had an old laptop that lasted me like 15 years.
Yeah.
That's unheard of.
So that's a very fair question. So just a little bit of historical perspective on how that went about is we have our technicians identify boards that have, you know, had the most issues over time. A lot of times, biggest issue is touch sensitivity on the board, ports that get loose over time, boards that they've touched. What we were able to do is any boards that were still functional, we want to replace the boards in the secondary schools, but we were able to utilize any boards that were still had some life, even if it was as a display screen but no touch anymore, in elementary schools in areas that didn't have a board. So we shared that resource back down with the understanding that when those boards do eventually die, they're of no good to anybody. We weren't going to replace those. But we didn't e-waste or throw anything away that was usable. Even if there's a part that I can take off of something to save this district funding, we do it all the time. So that's just a little bit of an explanation there.
Good to know.
Yep, that's how we do it.
Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, just all in favor of the motion that was presented, don't ask me to repeat it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I was a nay on that.
She was a nay.
I'm sorry, what was the vote? You were nay? Nay, okay, so 4-1, okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is discussion action student suspension appeal. I'm looking for a motion to uphold the student's appeal.
Motion to sustain the student's appeal.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next item, discussion action, full-time full-time MLL coordinator and part-time school accountability policy and grants coordinator, Dr. Cecil.
Yes, good evening again. Here requesting approval to add positions that are grant funded. We currently have a half-time MLL coordinator. We are required to have one based on the number of MLL students we have in the district. We were supposed to have a full-time person, but I basically shared the work with Margot Williams, who's retiring for good. And so to help save the district money, we're proposing to pay for the other half of the position with Title II funds. And that's why we're adding on that coaching piece. And the full-time coordinator will do the regular work with the program itself, but then also coach the classroom teachers who have MLL students. So there'll be a whole nother dimension to the position, working directly in the classrooms with the teachers who have MLL students. So that's the first position. Do you want to vote on that and then go to the next one, or take them both?
I think they're both in one agenda item, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the other position, again, is also grant funded. It's a part-time position to work on the strategic plan, policy, and grants. This position would be part-time. As I said, it's written into Title II and Title IVA to continue to work with assisting the district with writing competitive grants, updating policy, and working with the strategic plan.
Move approval.
Second. Any discussion? Dr. Cecil, thank you. MLL is going to become a bigger part of the funding formula too. So if we've historically under-identified those students, which I've been told we have, so it's more important now than ever. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, discussion action contract award, Astro of New England relocation services for Oakland Beach. Mr. Oliver, this is a budgeted expense.
Good evening. Requesting approval on this contract. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Okay. Mr. Oliver, just for the public's edification, this is because the Oakland Beach heating system has been deemed to be...
We have been given information that the heating system probably will not make it through the next
Right,
winter.
so we're going to, since we have a template already at Gorton for moving kids there, we're going to move kids there. The public should know, this is not a cheap thing. This is $250,000 to move the school to and from. It's non-budgeted. We'll have to find it. The city is aware that we had this thing happen, but it happened right after we did the budget. So, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, contract award, PC Parts Plus, purchase Chromebook parts. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is an annual expense in June. We come to you for the parts that our technicians feel they'll need to continue to repair student devices over the summertime as they get returned. It is a budgeted expense.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, discussion action contract award Granger, purchase 23 storage cabinets for the electronics program. Mr. Kane.
Yep, so good news, everything is free. It's CTE Perkins Boost money. So it's 23 storage cabinets for the electronics program at the cost of $55.30.80.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr.
And I'm
Kane,
also-
you again?
Yep, open encumbered PO for cosmetology for consumable supplies for $8,954.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey, thank you.
Mr. Kane, we need a magic wand. I don't know how you do that. Okay. Next item, discussion action contract award Imagine Learning Digital Libraries 9 through 12. Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, these are 2 site licenses for the students at Tollgate and Pilgrim, which would encompass summer school and the credit retrieval program for next school year. I'm asking for your approval. And it's necessary to run those 2 programs during the next school year.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next, item 12 now, discussion action, curriculum approval, introduction to, Dr. Schultz.
Good evening. I come before you with just an ask to approve some more curricular documents that teachers have worked very hard on. We have a wide variety of curricular documents for library and media. We have some art, English classes, computer science. So I'm just asking for your approval. And I encourage everyone at home to check them out because we have a lot of great things happening in Warwick that we're very proud of.
Move approval, and thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Schultz, I want to thank you. I did look at it. I look at the text, especially the English. It's good to see that there was some classics on there. You know, for purpose of the public, when you look in the high school, Stamped is on there. It's a controversial book. When it first showed up a couple of years ago, I got it, I read it. I didn't like it. I don't agree with it, but you can't not teach it. So as long as we teach the other side, it's fine. But it's good to see books like To Kill a Mockingbird and all those, you know, typical classics. So I commend you and all the staff and teachers and department heads who made that happen. So all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is public comment number 2. 30 minutes, 2 minutes per person. I ask that you please try to keep close to 2 minutes. I'm going to have to get a little time card. And please state your name when you approach the microphone.
Hi, I'm Anna Conti, special educator, intensive emotional support classroom at Warwick Early Learning Center. And I have never come up for public comment before, but I felt like I would be remiss if I didn't come up and just speak to the line item that was cut tonight. Conscious discipline is essentially a social emotional curriculum and classroom management system that is already in place at WELC. All of the teachers were trained this year, and the training that was offered during our curriculum meetings ahead of school. TAs were invited to come, which would have been on their own time, to those trainings, and yes, most of them didn't come. My TAs did. My amazing Nicole Peacock and Megan DiFideli, they showed up for every single training on their own time, not getting paid for it. But it's already a program that is established in our school and that hopefully our classrooms are using. In the IES program, we had some intensive coaching on it over the past couple years, and it has made tremendous changes for our students. And to think that our littlest learners, our special education students, you know, are missing out on this incredible opportunity to have the people who are working closest with them be trained in this program so that we could get some field equipment. It really kind of breaks my heart. And so I'm kind of saddened that, you know, we said we weren't going to make cuts to the special education. That was the one thing we weren't making cuts to. And, you know, we don't have a leader right now that maybe someone could have spoken to and asked about the program at our school. And so, you know, here we sit without that opportunity next year, and that makes me sad.
Jeremy Langell. I just want to echo my disappointment that we would cut that program, the conscious discipline. I also recognize the opportunity to bring that back into the budget, so I recognize that struggle. I also just want to make an observation. It was very interesting to hear that comment. I think there was there was a remark that was said about trying to be impartial, but it didn't feel impartial. The conversation that happened up there didn't feel impartial. It felt like, there were I really appreciate, by the way, the staff, and I know how much time goes into putting a budget and then presenting that, and so I'm recognizing how important that process is, and again, it didn't feel impartial, right? There was a kind of an example of folks meeting to talk about fields and field equipment, right? And I wonder, right? This is very specific language I'm using to talk about feelings, right? I wonder if those kinds of conversations were also happening, about conscious discipline or those kinds of things. Does that make sense? That's why it doesn't feel impartial to me. It feels like it doesn't feel transparent again. And so I could go on. I'm sitting here thinking I'll just do it for free. That's how important and how important conscious discipline is. I recognize that there wasn't a staff response, and that person's not here to do that, and that just feels it doesn't feel good, and it feels like a decision was made without all of the facts. I'm not privy to all those, so that's why I'm going to leave it at that's how I feel, right? Different than how I think, but that's how I feel, and I just wanted to recognize that process point. Thanks.
Darlene Netco. I wish, as during the city sometimes allows the public to speak during public hearings on certain matters, and perhaps if the public had been allowed to speak during this discussion of conscious discipline, maybe you would have had some different facts in front of you. We have, as Mrs. Cousineau said, a responsive classroom in the elementary school. Our elementary teachers do the morning meeting. They use the same kind of process from K through 5, so the students are used to this. Why not have our pre-K kids involved too in a program for them? Our teachers are doing it. We heard about 2 TAs who did it on their own time without compensation. Here was a way to compensate everyone at Welk to be involved in this process. And Welk right now is going to be fixed. It's in a problem place right now. We have a principal coming in. We have an early childhood coordinator who is special ed certified going to come in. We have 2 co-directors of special services who are going to work to get this building where it needs to be. But at a, as they say, granular level, at the people on the ground, we have people there right now who have been working very hard to make education a priority for those little ones there. And if this was a program for them to use for $15,000, it should have stayed in the budget. And I just want to remind everyone that there are 2 high schools in this city. There's Pilgrim and there is Tollgate. And for some reason, all I keep hearing about is Pilgrim. Pilgrim, Pilgrim, Pilgrim. I represent the teachers at Pilgrim as I represent the teachers at Tollgate. I think both of our high schools are important, just as I think both of our middle schools are important, and our 13 elementaries and Welk and the Career Center and our transitional program. All of those are important. And I would like to see every program recognized equally and not be obsessed with a Sand Pro. Because while a Sand Pro is the ideal perhaps for the fields, maybe what we're doing right now is going to get us through until we get our new high schools and we get what we need for all of our fields and all of our athletes, not just athletes on one side of the city. I mean, I was a field hockey player at Tollgate. I had to walk over to CCRI. Guess what? Tollgate field hockey players are still walking to CCRI. Both sides of the city are not treated equally. But what I really wanted to talk about was just to, again, acknowledge all of the fine, students that we have here in Warwick. We have our seniors from both Pilgrim and Tollgate graduating next week. And that's a testament to their work and their parents and to the teachers that they had in the classroom from K through 12. And I want to thank all of our hardworking teachers for getting these kids to that position. And so congratulations to our graduates and to the teachers who got them there.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay. Future meetings, Policy Subcommittee meeting, June 21st at 4 p.m. Next monthly school committee meeting is July 11th at 7 p.m. Warwick School Building Committee, next meeting, July 12th at 7:30 a.m. Health and Wellness Committee meeting, June 22nd, 6 p.m. At this point, I just want to say a personal thank you to Mr. McGrath for your service here. You're moving on. This will be your last one. Mr. Bowl is in the wings, ready. I wish you luck. There being no other business before this committee, I'll look for motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.